So, guten Morgen zusammen. Schön, dass Sie und ihr alle hier seid, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, liebe Freundinnen und Freunde. Bevor ich in das offizielle Programm einsteige, Sie haben sicher mitbekommen, dass Corona-Erkrankungen zunehmen. Und das gilt auch für uns in der Bundestagsfraktion der Grünen. Deswegen darf ich heute zuerst einmal ganz herzlich meinen Kollegen Boris Mijatovic, unseren menschenrechtspolitischen Sprecher, und unsere stellvertretende Fraktionsvorsitzende Agnieszka Boga.
I'd like to excuse my colleagues who are absent today, but unfortunately they caught it, and this is why these two participated and contributed strongly to the conference today, and this is why I would like to cordially thank my colleague Boris, Miriam, and Judith. My name is Max Lux. I'm Obmann for the Greens in the Parliament for Human Rights, and I'm kind of the last man standing from our team. And that is why I'm allowed to welcome you here this morning. Dear Minister of the Foreign Office, Annalena, dear Louise, dear State Minister Claudia Roth, dear Jumana Saif, co-founder of the Civilian Bund, dear guests, dear interested. We are celebrating 75 years of the Declaration of the Human Rights, and if we talk about this, it is a matter of fact, but the right on political participation, a life without discrimination, the right to have free time, these important human rights and so many other key rights, such as the right to the expression of asylum and the standard of living, all these incredibly important rights were adopted 75 years ago in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights at the United Nations, and probably almost everyone here was lucky enough to grow up without realizing how many of these rights, unfortunately, have and had and still have to be spelled out. Without fear of deadly violence, bombs, or militations, terror of a state or a group, to be able to go to school, to have enough food, to organize our lives in the way we wanted to, and to speak up loud if we don't like anything without fear of attention. But far too many people around the world are growing up without this certainty. I'm thinking in particular of those who are most vulnerable and who need the protection of the human rights most. The many children around the world who are growing up without this certainty, without their human rights being respected. The little girl in Ukraine who got used to going to the bunker to sleep. The boy in Sudan who goes hungry and can't go to school because of the brutal power struggle of two men. The young woman in Iran or Afghanistan who is not free to decide about her body. The young Uyghur who grows up in a detention camp in China, but also the child who grows up in poverty in Germany with only one pair of cheese, can't go to the swimming pool, the cinema, or the museum. The people and the dignity of freedom are at the center of our policies. We Greens wrote out our basic program. For us, the commitment to peace, freedom, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law and sustainability is an indispensable part of a successful and credible foreign policy. Is written in the agreement of this ample coalition. But this conference today is not only about contracts agreements and formalities. It is about how to live out human rights and how brave people stand up for it. And I am very happy that with our foreign minister, Annalena Baerbock, we have such a brave person amongst us today, a person who goes out of the conference halls to go to the people in Mali, to go to Shingal, where the Yazidis have survived a genocide, to listen to the people, to create public space for them. That is a different in German foreign policy that she does every day. And for this, dear Annalena, that is what you thank you very much for your very important work. Of course, I'm also very happy and grateful that we have got Louise Amsberg with a representative with sense and real interest in the people, who throws the light and sheds the light on the people, and who also, besides the light, decides and acts decisively and is strong in this federal government and her office against racism, right wing, and anti Semitism, for a strong person, for a strong society, providing all the rights for the people. Thank you very much for your work in the parliament. If we look at human rights policy in the Bundestag and are in the committee for parliamentarians, it's often said that this is a sub committee, but it's not. But there is one fraction where I have never heard this, that this committee is a subcommittee, and that is my own group in the parliament, and that makes me proud because it shows that human rights inside and outside are not a subtopic, not a side topic for this faction in the Bundestag, but for this group, human rights are a decisive key to measure the application of this, because in these times we are in this group, we are doing this work, and we will carry on to do so. And in this conference, we want to put the people in their dignity with their rights at the center, and we want to ask where we need more, where we need to forge new alliances, and who can we learn from? How can better support and protect human rights activists? How can we hold companies to account? And how can we do in Parliament, as members of the Parliament, but also as society, to strengthen the realization of human rights and enable young people to grow up knowing that they count, their rights count? For this, we have set up a interesting program, and I'm happy to have you all here to participate in it. Thank you. Universal and indivisible, strengthening human rights, 75 years of the General Declaration. That is the motto of our conference. We want to fill them with greetings, keynotes, and contributions. I would like to ask you for your attention for the first greetings. Volker Türk, High Commissioner of Human Rights at the UN. Dear guests, on a global level, 75 years ago, we had a notable intervention. The international community agreed to adopt the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This remarkable moment followed a turbulent period marked by wars, two world wars, genocide, the Holocaust, nuclear threats, and economic instability. In spite of these challenges, nations agreed to make a shared commitment to protect and support the rights of individuals. After the end of the Cold War, And with the rapid growth of the internet, the Vienna Declaration in 1990 and the program of action made a major contribution to further strengthen the principles of human rights. Both the Universal Declaration and the Vienna Declaration provided impulses and brought an important shift all around the world. Human rights have become an integral part of governments and decision making. Movements like Black Lives Matter, Me Too, Fridays for Future, indigenous activism as well, feminism, women protests have encouraged people to stand up for their rights and to fight injustice. Above all, young people have adopted the language of the human rights to voice their causes. And in some countries, courts have even brought perpetrators to justice and recognized the right to a healthy environment. The idea of an economy that is based on human rights is gaining momentum and presents an opportunity to address and eliminate global inequalities and to align with the Sustainable Development Goals. Nevertheless, in many parts of the world, there are still human rights violations, which are often very serious infringements and often do not have consequences. The challenges of the climate change, conflicts, hate speech, the ever diminishing space for civil engagement, and the dealing with new technologies require solutions based on the principles of the human rights. If we make the universal language of human rights our own, a language that promises freedom, equality, and justice for everyone, we can address seemingly unsurmountable challenges. Working together, we have the potential to create a peaceful and sustainable future for our planet. So, on the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, let us use this as an opportunity to remind ourselves that it is not just a historical document, but a living testimony of our shared humanity, a timeless common thread. Despite raging conflicts, we can find on our common ground in our pursuit to peace, justice, and equality. We, working together, can create a future in which the rights of every individual are defended, conflicts are resolved by dialogue, and there is peace. More than ever, it is the time for human rights. Be part of Human Rights 75 and play your part in ensuring that everyone can live in peace and dignity.
Ja, meine Damen und Herren, die
Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations were founded 75 years ago in order to stand up to the right of the strongest, to be war and force and violence, not determine the action of governments. And these United Nations are under threat today. And I'm very happy, and dear Annalena, that you, as the one who fights in these institutions every day to defend their rules, and you are the one to give us a greeting this morning. Thank you, and please come to the stage. So this is not gender equal. It's set up for men. Good morning, still on my behalf, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear colleagues, female colleagues who work together with me, the Claudia Roth, Luise Amsberg, working in human rights with me. I'm happy that we're here today. Together, the General Declaration, I'll do that in German, and sometimes universal is easily said. And in the past 2 years, I thought a lot about this general and universal. Some of you may remember when I was in China at a press conference, and my former colleague there in China said, well, the human rights thing is a bit difficult because there are no common human rights rules. And I pointed out, well, we do have the General Declaration for Human Rights, which all signed, including China. And from that, we had a debate on whether it is allowed to say this kind of thing or not. And I wondered whether this general in German was the right translation. Well, in general, it says general and not what is called universal in English, or as we have it here, that it is applies for everyone, independent of the country they live in, the uh, sex they have, the gender they have, or where they're from. And I say this, thinking about this in the past 2.5 years, because we are in a more dramatic situation now, so that we can't say they are not as universal. They're a bit different here because we live in a different culture. But what we are seeing now is what the chief prosecutor, Karim Khan, has said in the International Court of Law, saying that we see a pandemic of the inhumanity. So it's not only that the general human rights are questioned, whether they really apply for every human, but saying that it is vogue, that it is not the humanity that is underpinned, and that has a dramatics to it that we have to underpin, because it's not so easy to answer, because the inhumanity is brought about deliberately by some. And on the other side, in the nearest, we see a situation in which the universality of the human rights is questions, I think not only on will of others, but because it is an overload by sorrow. And the easier way would be to say, I'll just take only one suffering out. But if we do that, then we contradict everything which the Universal Declaration of Human Rights stands for since 75 years. And that is, for more than 75 years ago, 18 authors from all religions in the world joined to write this, exactly for the reason not only to point out the own suffering in one's own region and not relativize, but stand up against this relativism. The 30 articles that were agreed at the time had a simple, but at the time revolutionary core, which from my point of view, especially in today's time, has gained incredible importance, which is that every human has inalienable rights, that every life counts the same. And this universal view is and stays for us, for our politics, the guideline, especially from our German history. But this universal view, this universal slogan that we just came up in general terms with in the past years is being massively attacked now. And this is why these universal human rights are more important than ever. In the past few days, due to the storm of this inhumanity, the pandemics of that, I've got the question, so at latest now, as a foreign minister, you should be caught up by reality. And that was to say that possibly now we should not have the feministic view and a value-guided foreign policy, but now be more pragmatic in following the interests. As if this were a contradiction, as if human rights were nice to be done if there were no other problems around. But exactly now, during this pandemics of inhumanity, we actually do see that the easy way would be not to discuss human rights anymore, not to talk about the suffering of others, but about our own suffering or possible interests. And this is why I'm convinced that, especially in these challenging geopolitical times, value-guided foreign policy is more important than ever. And I think it's the better way not to comfortably isolate and only talk to pure democracy, but value-guided foreign policy means now also, if it breaks our hearts, looking at the things in detail, looking at the reality as it is, the suffering of humans has to be accepted and voiced. That, especially with the situation in the Near East, we see an incredible dilemma, which is the sorrow of the other can only end when the suffering of the other stops as well. And when we are in the situation that humans, politicians, we're not ready to see the suffering of the other, our own suffering will never stop. And due to the digital times, social media, this tendency is either because you can't bear it and it's easier to withdraw to your own bubble, or you do it for malintentions, this tendency is massively strengthened. We see this in TikTok activism, which cuts things off when the second half of the sentence would change the context or deliberately blinds off context. Sometimes it is not knowing it, sometimes it's the easier way, but it stops the universal view. If you only live and see the suffering in your own bubble, the light that you would see anyway, you will start thinking that is reality. And this is why, especially in these times, it's very important for me to point out that with a perspective to the Near East, more than 8 weeks, Hamas terrorists were the ones who committed the worst crimes imaginable in Israel. Some of you have possibly seen the videos. What we see there is inhumanity. It's inhumane, rape women, poking their eyes afterwards. What we have seen there is that this terrorist attack deliberately was a central element in terror with a specific violence against women and children. And this was not accidental. We all have read the witnesses of mass rapings in the Nova Festival. We have seen some of the images, the videos, and this is why it is unbelievable to me how, in the current situation, the fighters for human rights who point out this suffering and demand solidarity with the victims are partly attacked by anti-colonial groups. The core of justice and feminist foreign policy is exactly to name this suffering, to name it and not relativize it. And this is just how incredible it is to me, and it hurts me if, in full solidarity for the safety of Israel, the state, and the people of Israel, and some are not able to discuss that it is just as painful if we see these videos and images of bloodshed children whose parents have just been buried under the rubbles of their own home. The own suffering is not made easier by excluding the suffering of the others, but the own suffering can only end if we end the suffering of the others. And this is why it is so important for me that also in Israel, I make clear that the dreadful terror of Hamas against Israel can only end if we all together do everything possible in order to provide a future perspective for Palestinians. That in the current situation, Israel has a right to self-defense, and because from hospitals we see destructing rockets fired towards Israel, that this central question is how this right on self-defense can be carried out. That especially in this phase, there is a responsibility to reduce civilian suffering because too many Palestinians have died already. And this is how I want to make clear to my Arabian partners that it is in the interest of Palestinians to fight terrorism together. Because how many, and some of you are here, how many Palestinians are have died executed in Gaza by death penalty. By shooting their knees, they were intimidated because they made critical statements for Israelis and Palestinians to live in peace and freedom. This is why an end of terrorism is so important. And as a global society, we'll only be able to do this together. We'll only be able to do this with those who are ready to see the suffering of the others, feel it better if they cooperate for a two-state solution which gives a good future for everyone, Palestinians and Israelis. That is the core of 75 Universal Declaration of Human Rights for me. That is the core of responsible foreign policy for me, to see the suffering of others, to face the dilemmas, and always to be clear that every human life accounts for the same. And that is why we will stand up for every human life. And we can do this credibly only if at home we don't only start, but make clear we have to do more as well. And this is why, especially in these times of the human rights representative, Louise Amtsberg, I'm grateful to her that she does not only, as it is common sense, checks the state and went to the Human Rights Council at the UN, but we, as the new, well, not so new German federal government, set up in our coalition contract that this is not just ticking off boxes, but this time we want to subject ourselves to that inspection system like we expect from others. If we say, yes, we talk at human rights when we visit you, because they're universal, we can't say, well, not everything is perfect with us, but we don't want your recommendations really. And it was not easy because, especially in these geopolitical times, discussions go on monitoring mechanisms, driving geopolitical interests forward. And there were voices who were critical in Geneva. There were many voices from Germany who contributed to this. And I see this as a thanks, because it is something that makes our work for human rights so strong, because working together we could make clear. And I see some representatives here, not only Amnesty International, but many others have also contributed to this, to make clear that we see it as a strength of the federal government if civil societies, if NGOs get involved in this monitoring process. And of course, strengthening the view of where we can improve the implementation of our own human rights, but also as an assessment to context. Because again, here, and this is what other countries fear, if they go down the path of improvements, individual cases are picked out and everything is turned bad. This is important because we live in a time of competition between autocracy and democracy. And if we say, as in our report, that we have a problem with anti-Semitism and racism in Germany, unfortunately, that still is our bitter reality. That's what we did. And this is why it's important that facing the challenge is not a free signature for everything. So saying they have it in Germany, so it's no problem in our country as well, because it's going on in Germany. And this is why the cooperation with the civil society is important for me in order to have this bringing this abroad. And we see why it's important because since the 17th of October, hate and violence is spreading, and we stand for this, and we have to make clear in Germany, as a state order, there is not only no space for anti-Semitism, but actively, and that is our responsibility as well, we do everything that is possible if it does occur in schools, in demonstrations, in rallies, in the sports clubs, that this is a state responsibility to follow up and prosecute this. And this also applies to anti-Muslimic racism as well, which in Germany is growing as well. And especially now, at this moment, where the goal is globally of some parties to move hate into society, it is more important to stand up together against anti-Semitism and anti-Muslimic racism, against any way of humanism group related. And this makes clear that a value-based foreign policy, also the process in the committee, is not a politics of nice times only. It is uncomfortable at times to give answers in these events, especially if you're criticized by states in which, as a woman, you can't publicly voice your opinion. And this is why we face this. And this is why, for me, feminist value-based foreign policy is a part of hard safety policy. If we would take things easy, we wouldn't go to the Human Rights Council. If we would do take things easy, we wouldn't go to a women's hostel to look at things that are going on. But politics is not about taking things easy. We take these mechanisms that the institution have proposed to us. And this is why it is of such a central role to me, that where we need partners worldwide in order to work together in this brutal, violent world, that we work especially with those where we have lots of dissent, where we do not remain silent if we have differences in human rights. But it doesn't mean not talking it, but it means talking even more, especially in these times. And especially in China,
to find clear words when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is denied, and if we feel that we are getting too many crises, to use every minute that all these crises do not fall into oblivion. When looking at Sudan, when looking at Darfur, the number of victims, and nobody is talking about them, but it doesn't mean that people are not dying there, but they are dying just the same way. Children, old people, young people, and even supported by military supplies delivered from abroad. When talking about Ukraine, that their suffering is being forgotten, then we need to talk all the more about what's going on in Belarus, not just today, but in the past 2 years, where the whole focus really was put on Ukraine. Ms. Danilovskaya was here recently, and she made it clear not just how it felt when 3 years ago she had to go into exile. And once again, what if we do not have this feminist perspective in such moments? Why did she had to flee? Because the most terrible means was used against her. She was abducted, and if you want to stay here, you may never see your children again. This is why the gender-based look is all the more important, because this aspect is hardly mentioned, but it's so hard to bear at the same time. And the name we have to mention, Januski, the father of her children, was imprisoned, and well, our kids are at a similar age, and she said he's on a business trip. My youngest one cannot understand where he is. He is just condemned to another 18 years imprisonment because he voiced his opinion as a political activist, and it was made clear publicly that it hits the international community, but the most perfidious way, she can as the children, she can no longer tell her youngest one that her father is imprisoned, and so that the children do not forget the voice and the face of their own father, because they haven't had any news for the past few weeks and months. She's showing them photos all the time. This is not just a fate of children in Belarus, but worldwide, because dictators are using the means of inhumanity. And this is what we have to counteract, especially at this time. And precisely now, where you want to despair from time to time, you have to counteract this trend. Unfortunately, we don't have a panacea to end the war of aggression on Ukraine, and we don't have a panacea to create safety and security for Palestinians and Israelis in the Middle East. And Ms. Tikhanovskaya's children, we can't give them their father back. But once again, it's not about choosing the simple means, but what can we do on a small scale? Often this is belittled. Well, these details, who is concerned about them? People sometimes argue, but this precisely saves human lives. And these small-scale actions, for example, of Jesuits in Germany, that it is genocide, and not mentioning the recognition at the German Bundestag in the first place, but victims of rape, that they will be saved. This is what female rights activists and politicians, this is how they actually saved human lives. And over the years, we have finally managed to make this genocide a topic and to clearly denounce this. And the same holds true of the situation in Iran. Once again, every day you could despair, including myself, but despair is not the answer of human rights-based policy. And we've just seen this on screen at the beginning of my term in office. I said, oh, we shouldn't do that, joint resolutions to document human rights violations. We don't have the data. Maybe we will lose this vote. Well, then we will fight all the more. And once again, we've seen when you look at humans, it is not as easy anymore than a diplomat heard from another diplomat. I told my government, if we vote against, you can send a man, but I myself will never do this. There are no big strategic debates in foreign policy, but it is the way of a value-based foreign policy to always think, what would it mean for me if it was my own child, or to hear from my own child at the dinner table, Mom, why did you not consent? And this again can save human lives, as with the release of the abducted victims, or that Ms. Tichanowsky wants to for example, Ms. Tichanowska is not supposed to get a travel passport anymore, so that you can no longer apply internationally for such a travel passport, but you have to go to Belarus directly. This hides the perfidious idea that those people who are in exile have to come back to their country to then be incarcerated. So, what can we do now in a mutual recognition of states? How can we achieve that this does not happen? Ms. Tichanowskaya and others do not have to go back to apply for a passport, that the Ministry of the Interior and the regional states will find a way to issue secondary documents for travel so that citizens from Belarus will continue to be safe and secure, because every human life counts. Every life that just for obtaining a travel passport would then end in Lukashenko's prisons. So this is part of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the core of the 30 articles that are now being celebrated in the framework of the 75th anniversary, articles that are more important than ever. This universal look, this perspective is necessary more than ever, that every human life has an equal value. So this is to counteract the face of inhumanity. And we need everybody in society, politics, civil society, mothers, fathers, children, because they are at stake. The humans in this world. Thank you for your attention.
Vielen Dank, liebe Annalena. Und
thank you, dear Annalena, and we all wish you a lot of energy, stamina, and success for your extraordinary hard work that you are doing every day and that you will continue to do at your next appointment. I now have the honor of announcing the next speaker, an advocate of human rights and humanitarian aid in a remarkable way. She is an MP. She works 24/7 on behalf of human rights in the Bundestag, in the federal government. And I remember Luise when we were in Turkey, where the earthquake had shaken the region, and the border between Turkey and Syria was in the focus, and you advocated the fact that humanitarian aid would be permitted and that it would reach its destination. Thank you very much for that, and we very much look forward to your words of welcome. Thank you, dear Max, and I really appreciate your friendly words of introduction. But at the end of the day, it is a really joint achievement, and I think this will become clear from my speech. The difficulty of political processes, if you couldn't share this, it would be less successful. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, Annalena, Claudia, Jumana, I'm very pleased to welcome you all to this conference at the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This summarizes our foreign minister's remarks. I'm also glad that representatives from the federal government are here. It also demonstrates the broad basis on which we are having this dialogue. This declaration laid the foundation for an universal or international human rights architecture. What a revolutionary, visionary step. And I sometimes wish that the spirit that must have prevailed forcibly, that it would come back. Imagine the international community is meeting and agrees on this important fundamental document apart from separate interests, and with a view to the international situation today, it is a very touching step. And at the same time, many people are looking at the question of what international human rights protection means today. My position is that I am convinced of nothing more than the fact that a declaration can only be as strong as its advocates. The heroes who are reporting about human rights violations, victims of violence, getting legal assistance, and vulnerable people, providing medical support for them, human rights violations being documented, or also using arts to make human rights violations visible, and also those people who question governments and who make demands on them. This year, we are not only celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but also the 25th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Human Rights Defenders. It shows that a room for dedication in civil society is shrinking, and it's becoming more and more dangerous. And thus, this Universal Declaration makes an appeal that the advocates of human rights will be protected. It's more important than ever. We can see this worldwide because pressure on human rights advocates is increasing. More and more governments are taking measures that is directly directed against the advocates and the fundamental rights of people. And we've just heard it. Violence can have many faces: abduction, incarceration, execution, or also complicated laws and administrative procedures and financial room for maneuver, discreditation, or simply insufficient protection online or offline from assaults. 401 human rights advocates were killed last year, and again, more than in the previous year. A fruitful environment for civil society is fundamental for human rights advocates, and for that reason, we are supporting projects, human rights organization and civil society to create spaces locally to strengthen them and to protect them. And in the almost 2 years that I've been a human rights the officer. For example, the challenges of human rights activists, particularly in armed conflict. Muni Yusuf, Ethiopia, Nadia Murad, many know her, a survivor of the genocide on Jezites, and she is advocating these people. Manuel Ruiz Aliman from Nicaragua, advocating the protection of tropical rainforests, and he had to flee to Costa Rica. Sana Saif, who advocates the who fights for her brother in Egypt, and somebody who is advocating about HIV, gender-based violence, the rule of law in Turkey, Lana Nabil, and she had to experience the brutal reality and the power of women in Afghanistan with her art. Captains and activists who, with a view to the dying in the Mediterranean, are saving people. And everybody here, Bilal Zahivi, Shazad Ostaram, and others who are giving a voice to people in Iran who are advocating women's lives and freedom. And my mission, and I'm very grateful for that. I'm personally grateful to our foreign minister that she's clearly pointing to these problems, and human rights advocates should be supported not only locally but also in exile. They need our continued support, and this is not a small task. We need a close intertwining, of course, with internal policy. This is indispensable, and there are many conflicts also in this federal government. But Germany has, in the past few years, become a home for human rights advocates worldwide. Afghanistan, Russia, Iran, people from these countries have found asylum here and financial support and further education possibility. This is enabled not only with the protective programs from the Foreign Office, but also Claudia Roth, the Minister of Education, is providing her support. But this is all but sufficient. And in my position as a critical voice towards the government, this is what people expect from me, and rightly so. And I have a clear demands. We need to increase our scope of action and expand our financial support worldwide. I don't want to talk about budgetary policy, but of course it's a question of money, of funds, so that we can reflect the volume where we could become active. So it is not a question, no question that I'm against cutting funds for human rights advocacy, and I'm getting support for that. And the right to stay in Europe and Germany, it has to be awarded fast, and change of status, that it becomes easier for people to get protection, to set up associations, and to work here, and to also protect them. And this is a paramount task with a view to the big influence of the governments. To achieve this, we need to thank all those who are listening here, the human rights advocates themselves, and I'm glad that we have many here. They are going to talk at this conference, and I'm very glad that the spirit of this revolutionary, visionary spirit that captured the world 75 years ago, and there's a high level of personal dedication among modern human rights activists and fighting for a democratic future in their respective context. Thank you very much for your attention.
Vielen Dank, liebe Luise.
Thank you very much, Luise, and we will see you in a few minutes in an exchange with our next guest. And I'm very glad to announce our keynote speaker today. She's a co-founder of the Syrian Women's Political Movement, and they advocate a peaceful solution in Syria. And she is a legal advisor at the European Center for Constitutional and Human Rights and Legal Responsibility, and her focus is on Syria, and this in particular sexual and gender-based violence. And she has intensively worked at the Al-Kati proceedings in Koblenz, and she's worked with survivors of violence. And Mrs. Saif, we are very glad indeed to have you here, and we would like to extend a warm welcome to you. And the keynote of Ms. Saif and also the conversation with Louise Amtsberg later on will be in English. And should you wish to listen to the translation, please get a headset.
Yeah, I think it's good. Yeah. Thank you so much. So unfortunately, I speak in English, not in Arabic, which is my mother language. So thank you so much again for this opportunity. It's a pleasure, it's an honor to speak about Syria, my country, here in front of you. When I receive your kind invitation to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and I started preparing for my speech, I fell into deep confusion and despair. I was confused about whether I should talk on this occasion, about the reality of human rights we live in Syria and in the region, with all its darkness, or whether I should focus on the bright points that we achieved despite the tragic situation. As a human rights defender, I immediately reminded myself that my role is not only to spread hope, but to create it as well, to keep fighting for justice and for a better future in difficult times, to bring the hope and demands of my people who are suffering from human rights violation for decades. For me, my family story is part of the Syrian history. I was born in the same year that Assad Sr. seized power. And like many Syrians, I have been affected by crimes of dictatorship since my childhood and throughout my life. I lost many of family members who were forcibly disappeared by the regime, including my younger brother Iyad, my soulmate, 21 years old, who had all his life in front of him, and the pain is still there. As we had to leave Syria, we chose Germany among other options to seek asylum in. My choice was based on the complete conviction that Germany could be my second home, which I would like to be more connected to. My decision was based on personal relationship with the country, with Germany. It goes back to the beginning of my political and human rights activity in Damascus Spring in 2000. I'm grateful for this relationship for many reasons. That would be no time to explain here. But what I bear in mind the most is the presence of representative of the German embassy in Damascus at my father's trial, my father's political trial in 2001. And also, I bear in mind the Germany diplomatic intervention to save his life during his detention in Syria, which extended for 8 years, despite being entitled to immunity as an elected representative in the parliament. Germany also supported and protected me in traveling to Germany here, 2003, to receive the Weimar Prize for defending human rights on behalf of my father, who was in prison at that time. And I still remember the strong speech that Ms. Claudia Roth gave at the celebration, which deterred the Assad regime from taking revenge on me and my family upon my return to Syria. Immediately upon my arrival in Germany, I took part in integration courses. By preparing for the integration exam, I read the German Constitution. I was very overwhelmed as soon as I read the first words, which read, human dignity shall be inviolable. This sentence is still my compass and motivation by my human rights work. And I still feel affected by when it's mentioned, despite it being repeated hundreds of times. Human dignity is what we hope to achieve for our people, and is what Syrians took to the street for in 2011. The dignity and basic rights which are stipulated in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Unfortunately, for more than 12 years, the dignity of the majority of my people has not been protected, and they are exposed to violence and hatred in neighboring host country, and are still exposed to various types of violation and international crimes, including murder, torture, enforced disappearance, and forced displacement by the Syrian regime and other parties to the conflict. There is a lot to be said about standing and new human rights violation in Syria, but there will be no time for all of this, to mention all of it now. Just 2 weeks ago, on November 15, the member states of the United Nations General Assembly voted on a resolution condemning the Syrian regime's gross and systematic violation of international humanitarian law and international human rights law, and affirming that the number of arbitrarily arrested detainees in Syria continues to rise steadily, with over 135,000 people now detained for forcibly disappear, including women and children. The military operation by the Syrian regime and Russian forces are still ongoing, targeting the civilians and the vital civilian facility in northwest Syria, where approximately 3 million people reside in a small area after being displaced from their cities and region. Today, after nearly 13 years of conflict, Syria is divided into 4 parts. Assad is still ruling the biggest part after turning it into a narco state, exporting the Captagon in large scale to the region. And he's still repressing the Syrian people with iron and fire. Other areas are under the control of de facto authority, where there are no less grave violations against the civilians. There are still 7 million Syrian refugees outside the country, 6.7 million internally displaced, and perhaps the most painful indicator in that approximately 28% of Syrians suffer from disability, nearly double the global average. And here, I would like to thank Germany for its continuously spending a lot of money on humanitarian aid for Syria, within Syria and in the region. Today, one of the most worrying scenarios for Syrian and for me personally is the possibility of normalization with Bashar al-Assad instead of holding him accountable, especially considering the attempts of Arab countries. This scenario means no sustainable peace, no return for refugees, and no future for the country for decades to come. But the Syrian people are resisting, are doing everything in their power to show their refusal to such a scenario. Even in regime-held area, they are proving every day that they will not accept the plans to recycle the regime and will not accept the killing of their demands and their dreams. From this podium, I would like to echo the demands of the demonstrators in city of Suwaida, whose citizens, men and women, youth, elders, have been demonstrating for more than 100 days, demanding the implementation of international resolution and a political transition without Assad. Although Suwaida is located within regime-controlled areas, it is 110 kilometers away from Damascus. They say to Assad, leave so that the Syrians can live their lives free of oppression and violence, so that our children can live in a homeland that embraced them with a warmth and love after they have been deprived of all the necessity of life. Dear friends, the international efforts have failed to force the regime to sit at the negotiation table, despite all evidence, facts, and international reports. And the international efforts to transfer the Syrian file to the International Criminal Court through the Security Council also failed due to the Russian and Chinese veto. Therefore, the Syrian people see in accountability and justice efforts the only hope to push for change and political transition. Since the beginning of the conflict and the opening of structural investigation, Germany has shown the strongest political will and dedication to play an important role in providing some measure of justice for Syrian survivors and victims' family through the application of the universal jurisdiction. The German Federal Court of Justice issued the first arrest warrants against Jamil Hassan, the head of the Syrian Air Force Intelligence, in 2018. The first worldwide trial on state torture in Syria took place here in the city of Koblenz, in which we, at the ECCHR, the European Center for Constitutional and Human Rights, we supported 29 women and men survivors. The Koblenz trial has followed by other trials in Berlin, the ongoing one in Frankfurt, and the upcoming trial of the case of Tadamon massacre. Inspired by Germany, many investigations and prosecutions are conducted in Sweden, Austria, and the Netherlands, Switzerland, and notably France, where the criminal investigative judges have issued arrest warrants for Syria President Bashar al-Assad, his brother Maher al-Assad, and two other senior officials on November 15, over the use of chemical weapons against civilians in the town of Douma and the district of Eastern Ghouta in 2013, resulting in attacks that claimed more than 1,000 lives. Millions of the affected Syrians have received the verdict of the Koblenz trial with satisfaction and great hope. And they received the arrest warrants against Bashar al-Assad and his brother 2 weeks ago with even greater hope. These millions patiently and persistently looking forward to a transformation of this judicial decision into a tangible political will that finally bring an end to their enduring suffering of over 12 years. We hope that Germany will maintain its justice effort that it has begun, and that in line with its feminist foreign policy, given the presence of more than 1 million Syrians who have become part of the German society. Therefore, on behalf of myself and over 100 Syrian civil society organizations, including feminist organizations, I strongly urge the continuation of the investigation and issuance of additional arrest warrants against perpetrators. Additionally, we call for taking the necessary executive measure to ensure the implementation of these arrests and to arrest of suspects to be brought. I also wish Germany to take a clearer and stronger stance on the exception of functional immunities for international crime within the UN International Law Commission and its draft article on immunities, as this challenge needs to be clearly addressed as one of the attempts to counter universal jurisdiction cases. I welcome very much the domestic law reform process in Germany by strengthening victims' rights in the international crimes cases and amending crimes of sexual violence. And I would like to encourage Germany to take a leading role in establishing the Victims' Trust Fund for ensuring that monetary judgment, fines, penalties, and forfeiture linked to violation in Syria are used to fund reparative measures for Syrian victims. Also, I would like to encourage Germany to take a leading role in reforming the Rome Statute regarding the jurisdictional requirement concerning the application of the crime of aggression, as Syrians are also suffering a lot from Russian war crimes, as the Ukrainians do. Finally, I would say that I feel deep sorrow due to the loss of innocent lives in Syria and the ongoing war in the Middle East. As Syrians, we have endured the impact of war for 12 consecutive years, experiencing the pain of losing our ones. I strongly condemn any targeting of civilians or depriving them from any rights, as safeguarding their lives and rights should remain the foremost objective for all human rights activists worldwide. Thank you so much. Should I move here?
Okay, thank you, dear Jumana, for these moving and important words, also addressing the German government. I like that very much. That helps me a lot with my work to address properly what you highlight here, to, in a way, make sure that no one is forgetting that the war is still going on and that Syria is still a place where human rights are violated and puts the whole country in a very dire situation. So I will have the possibility to ask Jumana 2 or 3 more questions, but first of all, respect also for sharing your personal feelings and insights. I know that this is not given, but very, very valuable for us, I think, for the audience. And it's not easy, I think, to talk about. So you referred on the latest, the arrest warrant issued by France. And of course, the hopes many people have. But maybe you can reflect a little bit more on what exactly now has to happen to really achieve accountability, and what Germany's role could also be in this, or what you wish from the international community. What should be the next steps?
Yeah, thank you so much. Still, my people and all human rights activists, we are putting a lot of hope on the democratic countries, on the European countries, on the West, to supporting us on this to achieving the political transition without Bashar al-Assad on this. And I think the arrest warrants against Bashar al-Assad and the other, also Jamil Hassan, but for now, the Bashar al-Assad and his brother, it's very strong sign and step that to give really hope for the Syrian in general, that will be no immunity, will be no protection for anyone, even for the president of the country, because he's the responsible on all these crimes at the end. So I think if Germany could push for this with the European countries, with the Western country, for the implementation of these arrest warrants and other arrest warrants, that would be really to show the real will to just to implement also the Security Council resolution, because the resolution number 2118, it's also under the chapter 7 at the end. It's like about using the chemical weapons. It's the same, so it's like nothing, it's nothing to contradict with the international resolution, but the problem, it's a political problem with Russia and with in the first hand and China. So now it's became more clear after the Ukrainian aggression, the Russian aggression on the Ukraine. So it became more clear about the crimes that have been committed against the Syrian people in Aleppo and in everywhere since 2015. The Russian, they attacking the civilians, the hospitals, all the civilian facilities in Syria, and killing hundreds of thousands of people, tens of thousands of people. Like, they are responsible on this. So I hope the same effort that have been done and still for the Ukraine, the Syrian people deserve the same effort for just to move for democracy and to have a better future.
Thank you. And I took out of your speech and now the reform of the Rome Statute, and also not normalizing the situation, and also not accept normalizing them by other Arab states. And there's a vital debate going on about the return of refugees, Syrian refugees in Lebanon, in Jordan, and other places. So, I mean, you are a very strong voice for that, to seek for accountability and also highlight and put pressure on what is still going on in the country. So it's not only looking backwards, it's always what is currently happening in Syria. And I would like to look at one specific crime more in detail, the crime of enforced disappearance. You mentioned it also in your speech, in your keynote. And you once told me that being arrested in Syria means to disappear. And I found that very interesting. And I would like to ask you to explain to us what role the crime of enforced disappearance plays in or for the Syrian regime, to get a better understanding on how this crime is working.
Yeah, enforced disappearance, it's one of the main tools that Hafiz al-Assad, the father, and Bashar al-Assad have been using since 1970 to suppress the Syrian people. So it's enough just to have a different opinion, and even sometimes without expressing that, even just within and that's mean just to be taken in the middle of the night, mainly or mostly from your bed, mostly, and that's what happened with my family members, and to disappear. That's mean it's like even no one dare to ask if you're still alive or whereabout or anything ever. My uncle was taken from his bed 1981 and forever. We don't know. It's like even still. My brother is like 19 96, just he was taken from the street, from, I don't know. So we don't know exactly how, and just forever. We don't know that he's still alive or what. My mom is still waiting for him. And the same happened, and I know hundreds of thousands of Syrians, they facing like before and after the same fate. And now 135,000. It's like, this is the cases that are documented by name and you know, and the date and everything. But we know that maybe it's much more. Even people, they are hesitant to document this, because also fearing the revenge of the regime. So this is the main tool that the best of the elite of the Syrian youth, the medicine students, all, they spend that 13, 14, 15, 18 years in jail just because they conducted a meeting and they discussed the future of the country. And I think this kind of regime, it's not existing anymore, just Iran, maybe recently Russia and North Korea. And it's not existing anymore at like in the world, because it's, you cannot imagine, you know, the cruelty, the way they are thinking, and you cannot imagine the way that, the torture way that they do. And I'm working on this, and maybe just always in mind, you know, the way the tools and the Syrian people suffering and the ordeal, the experience to be even arrested in one of the intelligence services facilities in Syria. That's mean, really to wish to die there many times and not to continue for life. And this is the reality. This is something like, it's really, it's unbelievable sometimes.
Think you're taking a step back and looking at your approach to work for accountability. You have founded a lot of networks, for example, the Syrian Women's Network, the Syrian Women's Initiative for Peace and Democracy. How do these networks help in your work for accountability? But also, I think this is interesting, since we always refer to a feminist foreign policy. What role does intersectionality play in your work?
Yeah, I think also, I'm happy with this, and I'm proud that I'm part of many organization or entity, civil society entities, because this really provide me or allow me to work or to do different roles. And the best, maybe the most important thing that also for me, it's puts me in a very big networks for Syrians inside and outside Syria. And to just, it's like to give me accessing for all people, so all small communities or group or women group inside Syria and everywhere, even in difficulties in Idlib, in the north, in Azaz, in Sweda, inside Syria and everywhere. So this have the network, it's kind of connection also. It's like to be connect with my friends, with my colleagues also, and to be together and to fill the gap between the Syrians who are now, like me, outside the country and inside this country, and give the opportunity of exchange our information, even knowledge, experience. So that's, it's kind of maintaining our relationship, but also our exchange to have and to improve our vision together, and to know as a feminist, as a woman, what we need and what is our opinion about our stance about many topics, many cases, and that's how we have improved a lot of policy papers together with this kind of networking and the really very sometimes for me it's like very interesting discussion. It's sometimes painful. So recently, for example, I'm working with my colleagues on the feminist lobby on a report about the impact, the gender impact on the forced displacement. And so we conducted many meetings, many sessions with women inside, with women with children who were subjected to be to forcibly displaced, to leave their countries. They just were put in a green buses to move to totally different area, different communities that have never been connected to, with different culture. So, and to hear from them and this journey, if we can say, but also the impact that's still impacting them or facing. So sometimes it's difficult. It's hard to hear and very painful, but also to know what is the reality and what is happening there and what they are facing. And sorry.
No,
it's too much, but this is always like, because when I speak with those women, with those people, I cannot stop them talking, and to openly one topic after the others, because I think everything is connected. And even like with the violation, and this is the violation, it's linked to each other. And this is, that's what I really like or about my work. And this is just giving me the opportunity to be connected with the Syrian people all over the country and outside.
I was just smiling a little bit because one of my last question actually would be, or would have been, how you gain your strength and not get the feeling of being paralyzed by all the developments in the world. So the foreign minister spoke about it, that sometimes you have the feeling, okay, it's overwhelming, what can I do? But I think we kind of heard part of the answers, the answer to that question, but please maybe to finalize.
So like just briefly from them, because today I'm a bit emotional because how to bring their voices there, their demands, and also to echo their voices. But this is the strength I give it from them when they are talking, when I have their trust, and just to be very open to me, with me, and just to talk and to feel even satisfied when they talk with me, when they share their pain, their suffering, so I think this is when I hear them and when I hear their demands, and this is the main motivation for me, even if sometimes it's painful, because it's for more than 12 years, so it's just everything is just repeating for 12 years.
But still, I have the feeling that you have come very far by being a voice and being someone who victims and people still living in Syria can trust that their voice will be heard, even here in Berlin. So thank you very much to share your experiences, but also being so vocal for this many Syrian women still under pressure. And I can for myself say, and I would say for the rest being here, that we will not forget about Syria. So thank you very much, Dumana. And yeah, we have to leave the podium now, unfortunately.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just please not forget Syria.
Vielen Dank für dieses sehr eindrückliche und auch mahnende Gespräch an uns alle. Und ich glaube, diesen Auftrag, über Syrien nicht zu schweigen, weiterhin zu sehen, nicht zu vergessen und auch endlich wirksam zu handeln, den müssen wir uns alle sehr tief in unserem Herzen aufbewahren. Wir kommen nun zum kulturellen Teil unserer Konferenz. Der nächste Programmpunkt ist der erste Poetry Slam Beitrag von Benjamin Poliak. Es wird heute Nachmittag auch noch einen zweiten geben. Im Anschluss an diesen Poetry Slam folgt ein Gespräch mit der ersten Vorsitzenden des Ausschusses für Menschenrechte und Humanität.
The next presentation will be the well, connoisseurs already know that it was our current Minister of State for Culture and the Media, and she actually founded this committee on the Bundestag. There will be a second session with Benjamin Poliak, and it is a poetry slam about Jewish life in Germany, slam of Tacheles. You have the floor.
Ja, vielen lieben Dank, dass ich heute hier sein und
Thank you very much for having me today. Thank you very much for letting me introduce my poetry. And I have written it several months ago, and it is about remembrance culture. And the title is Do You Remember?
30 Grad.
Berlin, 30 degrees. This is post-summer romantics. And the presenter is now presenting his poetry, which the interpreter does not have, so it would be impossible to give a congenial translation spontaneously. And we will resume translation as soon as the next session starts. Thank you for your understanding.
Weißt du, das mit Hitler und so, können wir das einfach machen? Schön. Es gibt doch dieses Wort, glaube ich, das beschreibt, dass bestimmte Verhaltensweisen in einem bestimmten Kontext unangemessen erscheinen. Irgendwas mit pietätlos, glaube ich. Kennst du das? Nee? Wahrscheinlich hast du recht, steht ja auch nichts dran, oder? Rosmarin, Hibiskus, wann wird es endlich wieder zum Trend, Vanille oder Schokolade anzubieten? Alles immer nur so fancy, das stört irgendwie, das nervt. Naja, bist du Samstag eigentlich auch auf Carlas Geburtstag? Sie meinte, dass sie diesen Raum da in Kreuzberg gemietet hat. Du weißt schon, wo auch Merve gefeiert hat. Der hat doch eine Bar. Tommy meinte schon, der kauft extra Maracuja-Saft und... Langsam rollt in die Manege ein alter Fernseher hinein. Doch es ist kalt und die Heizung längst kaputt. Gespräche übers Wochenende, langsam stellen sie sich ein, doch es ist laut im Kopf, nur der Körper. Es ist ein grauer Dienstag irgendeines Jahres, Mitte, Ende Herbst. An den Wänden hängen Bilder von Kriegen, Bränden, Schmerz, Mittelalter, Kaiser Wilhelm bis hin zu Walter Ulbricht. Jede Sekunde hört man immer lauter, wie die Uhr tickt. 12. Klasse, 7. Stunde oder 7. Klasse, 12. Stunde oder 7. Klasse, 7. Stunde oder 12. Klasse, 12. Stunde, 12. Stunde, 12. Stunde. Bist du gerade eingeschlafen? Hallo? Ich rede mit dir. Bist du gerade eingeschlafen? Ja, Frau Schönberger, es tut mir leid, ich musste gestern lange arbeiten. Ich konnte nicht viel schlafen. Im schlimmsten Teil deutscher Geschichten, du hast nichts Besseres zu tun, als zu schlafen. Sagt dir das Wort Pietät eigentlich etwas? Oder Verantwortung? Respekt, sagt dir das irgendetwas? Krass, wie die Schönberger dich heute rangenommen hat. Wir haben jetzt schon 300.000 Mal über die Juden gesprochen. Reicht dann irgendwann auch, ne? Ist auch anderes passiert als in der Zeit von 34 bis 41. Und trotzdem reden wir nur darüber. Stört mich irgendwie, einfach nur nervig. Naja, sie hat schon einen Punkt. Schließlich der größte Völkermord der Geschichte und Deutschland ist dafür verantwortlich. Ich finde, ja. Ist ja gut. Ist ja gut. Sei mal kurz still. Bist du morgen eigentlich dabei? Die Kirmes hat gestartet, es wollten eigentlich alle kommen und ich weiß nicht, ob du schon mal auf dem neuen Breakdancer warst, aber ich glaube, dass das richtig krass wird. Also so richtig, weil er sich ja nicht nur um sich selbst dreht, sondern Bustour-Exkursionen, Leid längst kommerzialisiert. Morgen noch nach Krakau, Köpfe paralysiert. Siehst du das, was blieb? Siehst du diesen Schmerz? Fühlst du diese Ohnmacht? Fühlst du diesen Schmerz? Weite Wege führen ins Nichts und die Weite, die beklemmt. Komm, wir gehen noch zur Seite, bleiben hier und verlaufen uns, aber später dann besaufen. Und hast du das gesehen? Hast du das gespürt? Ist dir nicht klar, was du hier gerade sahst? Nicht so lang her. Da wurden Menschen ermordet, ein millionenfaches Massengrab, auf dem wir stehen. Spürst du diese Ohnmacht? Spürst du sie? Wenn man in Deutschland sagt, dass man jüdisch sei, folgt oft eine bestimmte Reaktion. Du bist jüdisch? Meine Großeltern waren im Widerstand. Scheinbar waren alle Großeltern im Widerstand. Ist es antisemitisch, als nicht-jüdische Kabarettistin Witze über die Nasen jüdischer Menschen zu machen? Schalten Sie nächste Woche ein. Wir laden ein zum Streitgespräch. Ich bin in Deutschland geboren, meine Eltern nicht. Als kleiner Junge wurden mir jüdische Legenden aus dem Talmud vorgelesen. Ich bin nicht religiös, doch das war schön und gab mir Halt, gab mir Werte, gab mir Vorstellungen darüber, was für ein Mensch ich sein kann. Ich bin Jude. Das habe ich schon als Kind immer gerne gesagt. Ein unverfänglicher Satz, der für mich keine nach strengen Regeln gelebte asketische Lebensführung bedeutete, sondern das Verinnerlichen bestimmter Werte. So ist mir mein Vater von klein auf beigebracht. Er war mein Vorbild und lebte mir Geduld, Empathie und eine friedfertige Lebensführung schon immer vor. Ansonsten waren meine Bezüge zum Judentum häufig banal. Gab es zum Beispiel in einer Fernsehsendung einen jüdischen Charakter, habe ich mich als Kind immer sehr gefreut, denn es führte mir vor Augen, dass ich kein Außerirdischer war, sondern ein Mensch wie jeder andere, dessen Repräsentation im normalen Leben stattfand. Es ist keine Bürde, sich erinnern zu müssen. Es ist vielleicht lästig, manche mag es stören, aber es ist Verantwortung und moralische Pflicht, nicht zu vergessen, was war, niemals zu vergessen, was war, denn all das beeinflusst auch das Jetzt, um zu verhindern, dass es auch nur annähernd jemals wieder so sein wird. Kaum aushaltbar, der Gedanke an das, was war, nicht fassbar, nur Bruchstücke im Kopf und ich habe oft Angst. Oft Angst, meine Davidsteinkette offen zu tragen, Angst, wenn wieder Krieg ausbricht, Hass und gegenseitiges Unverständnis weiter wachsen und wachsen und wachsen und ich habe oft Angst, mit einer Kette das Haus zu verlassen. Mit einer Kette. Ich habe Angst und das darf nicht sein. Ich war noch nie am Denkmal für die ermordeten Juden Europas in Berlin, nie in Auschwitz-Birkenau, aber ich hatte Geschichtsunterricht in der Schule und ich war auch schon mal genervt und ich war auf Carlas Geburtstag und zur Kirmes ging ich immer gern. Ich bin wie jeder andere Junge gewesen und bleibe es auch und ich mache gerne Witze, aber ich bin trotzdem auch verletzt und wütend und Berlin, 30 Grad. Das ist Nachsommerromantik, stell dich besser nicht so hin, damit das nicht so arg wirkt. Lach ruhig, sei gut drauf, doch alles Schlechte nicht vergessen zwischen heißem Beton. Auf Erkenntnissuche Nächten, es ist Sommer. Wir sind jung und wir sind frei, keine Schande. Aber Verantwortung dabei ist ein Eis. Komm, verlier dich im Moment. Rosmarin, Hibiskus, ich verliere mich im Moment, aber hab die Augen trotzdem auf. Nichts hält ewig, man muss kämpfen, du verstehst mich, erinnern, heißt aufzustehen, Dinge anzugehen, zu kämpfen, gegen das Vergessen, gegen den Faschismus, gegen das Vergessen, gegen den Faschismus, erinnern, das Vergegenwärtigen und Hochhalten derjenigen, die starben. Damit das nie wieder, nie wieder, nie wieder, nie wieder, nie wieder, nie wieder, nerv ich dich? Nie wieder passiert. Dankeschön.
Ja, lieber Benjamin, ich freue mich sehr, dass wir
Benjamin, I'm really glad that we've got a few minutes time to talk about this. You just heard that the winner of the Tacheles Slam competition, that was a great slam, a piece of slam that you presented here. And actually, you are the multiple winner of the U20 poetry slam competition, also in North Rhine-Westphalia. And thus, I'm really glad that we have the opportunity to talk a little bit. And before I ask you some concrete questions, I would like to remember a few personalities. We have the anniversary, the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and Article 27 is the freedom of culture and it guarantees me, as anyone else, access to culture. But on the other hand, it presupposes that culture still exists. And on the other hand, it talks about the right to be protected. Masha Kolesnikova is a musician. She is a wonderful woman. She used to play in the Stuttgart Orchestra, and she is part of the Belarusian movement for freedom. She led it in her beautiful face, and for months we have had no contact with her. We must not forget her. Svetlana Alexeyevich is a famous author, writer from Belarus, and she survived terror in exile. A Russian Jewish author, Maria Stepanova, and in exile she's been able to survive. Danila Ulitskaya, and I would like to remind of Osman Kavala, a wonderful friend and sponsor of art. And he has really advocated art and also remembrance in Turkey. He's been imprisoned for over 6 years, and there is no reason whatsoever for that. And he has received the maximum penalty that exists in Turkey. Shidem Makar, a filmmaker, she was in Cologne, in Hamburg, and other places, and she's now been sentenced to long imprisonment. And Sheridun Hajipur, a great artist in Iran, and he was silenced. Muhammad Rasulov, a filmmaker, and so on and so on. The musician and fine artist from Syria, from Damascus, in Duhok, in the refugee camp. He was threatened. And what do you think? What is the reason why the autocrats, the authoritarian regimes, why do they fear artists to this degree? That is a very big question, but I believe that art offers access to people that other forms of expression do not have. I believe that art is a very communicative character, uh, and it can be low threshold access. And thinking about newer forms of art, like rapping about your own realities, and this can be easier than participating in a Bundestag panel. Street art is as lower threshold than a discussion in the town hall. And this may be more Germany related, but at the same time, art can mobilize faster at a digital age in particular, and then it may also voice things in a more hidden way, and thus access to the fundamental need of people to expressing themselves. This is what authoritarian regimes fear all the time. In Ukraine, they've started burning books, so there is a fear that authoritarian dictators also fear the effects of books. Mita Tzihava was a big musician in Chile with freedom songs for the Chilean democracy movement. He wrote and sang them. So first of all, they broke his fingers, and later they killed him. And in many freedom movements, this is the case. It all starts off with a rap, like in Tunisia. It starts off with a picture or with a poem. And all the more, I think we should make sure that in democracy, arts and culture don't become a luxury that you can afford only at good times, but that it really is the resonation, the sound of our very democracy. Absolutely. And what I was just thinking of when you cited all your examples, there was a protest campaign several years ago where a Turkish opposition member simply stood somewhere, and this over several days. And later, people joined in, and this is so exciting, like artist action and political activism and freedom fight, that the boundaries are becoming transient, and thus it would be very important that art and the freedom of art is preserved, defended, and especially during COVID, we noticed the big need not just for political art, for things like that, but also the perceived simplicity of going to the theater or a stand-up comedy club. It appears so simple, and it is not only an education means, but it simply brings you joy, joy of life. There is a great favorite poet of mine. He's not from Berlin. People like to believe that, but in fact, he's from South Germany, from Augsburg, Bertolt Brecht. And when in exile, he wrote poems and he asked a question. The question was, can you continue to sing at dark times? And he answered, yes, you can sing about the Dark Age. And this is a question for you. How do you feel about it? We are living at dark times. What does it do with your art as a slammer? And this particularly after the 7th of October. This is a very difficult question, and I can only give you my personal point of view. So I'm certainly not representative for the Jewish community in Germany or anything like that. But particularly during the first few weeks, there was a kind of dark shadow on my soul. I talked to many friends, and they confirmed that I no longer appeared so joyful. For example, there was a poetry slam and stand-up comedy event in Bochum, in the Ruhr region. And there was a regular event, and I had to ponder for a long time whether I can agree with the idea, of being the facilitator and joking about apple pie, for example. And then I concluded that I like it and that it is a must in a way. As a person being in the diaspora here, that I can participate, that I can try to do what is possible, also to mourn and at the same time to help and create visibility. But as an individual, it can also be helpful to be happy about life, to enjoy life without, however, closing my eyes. So it is not mutually exclusive. Art sometimes offers the idea of saying there is the liberating power of laughing. When reality is further progressed than your own imagination, sometimes it is the liberating force of laughter. Dario Fo, a big Italian dramatist, wrote about the most terrible atrocities. He wrote plays, and you laugh about them, although you notice that it is liberating on the one hand and that it makes you think. Yes, dark humor can always be a coping mechanism also for trauma. In Israel or among Jews, stand-up comedy is a popular form of art. And even beyond that, I believe that laughter and laughing can help you to also point to negative things. My parents are from Russia, for example, and I have noticed and experienced such a lot of anti-Slav racist atrocities or acts. And when reflecting them, it is sometimes easier with an attitude of a comedian, and then people will laugh about it, and then they will reflect their own laughter. And this, of course, is a difficult balancing act. And you need a lot of sensitivity to judge in what context a joke can be appropriate or not. And of course, it depends on who is joking. In your imagination that you just explained, you made it clear um, that you're Jewish and how is your identity as a Jew is prevalent in your art. And friends of mine, Jewish friends of mine, are telling me that they feel really lonely after the 7th of October, that they feel left at their own devices, that they feel left alone, and that there is a lack of empathy in this country. Would you agree? Well, in a way, I would agree, especially I would say that young Jewish people who see themselves rather on the left political sphere, but now things have slipped out of control and they feel misunderstood. They don't feel represented by the media or magazines, organizations of whom one thought one would be in agreement. So, in a certain way, I can confirm this hypothesis in how far my Jewish identity influences me and my doing as an artist. Well, there are certain things that have simply shaped my identity. I have had a secular upbringing, and thus this has not really been a big issue. I gained the impression that this grew in importance in 2014 and 15, that I felt a certain pressure and my Jewish identity. It was also thanks to the empowerment of others. So I was really, hesitating in inverted commas to be Jewish only from my father's side because and my a necklace. I have been wearing it only for a few years. For a few years now, Hannah Pfeiler is a friend of mine, and she encouraged me to do it, and it does something with me. And since the 7th of October, I have to concede that I don't wear it openly anymore. And although I did not have negative experience before that, but I can wear it only if I'm in a protected area like this one. This is not a good description of the status quo and poetry slam. I really love it. And yes, in Augsburg is, yes, the capital. Yes, I'll be there in a week from now. Okay. And the slam scene is very diverse. It is really colorful, diverse, and there are people with various backgrounds and roots, really. And can you build bridges in that context at a time where many are talking about tearing? That there is a rift in our society, the haters, that they have been trying to instrumentalize others, especially since the 7th of October, like re-migration, out with them. We don't want them here. Can you build bridges using your slam? Yes, I do think it's possible, and it's true that the slam scene is diverse, it's colorful, and just as anyone else, we're a societal subculture and group. We are not free from problems. Even at the master event, we noticed that there was a big, overweight, so to speak, of male artists, and we are trying it every time. But this year it seemed to work, you know, a migrant networking, for example, within the scene. So it doesn't matter what background you have, what religion, what culture. So I do think this can be a possibility of building bridges, but of course it is all but sufficient. Yes, but it's really so important. We need precisely examples like this and places in Berlin. You will know the Barenboim Said Academy, the Barenboim, who was a big artist, and together with his friend Al Said, he as a conductor founded an orchestra, and there were people from Israel, from Palestine, from Iran, and they were all scholars, and they got together, and they told me that it almost tears them apart, and they want to stick together. And when the Israeli musician is together in with a Palestinian musician at a chamber orchestra, concert like Mendelssohn Bartholdy, this will give power to society. So I do hope that your Augsburg Slam can build bridges. I read that you're working on a doctorate on the question on the freedom of art. We are talking about rights of freedom, and art is free. Article 5 in our fundamental law. Are there limits to the freedom of art? And this is a very topical question, of course. Well, first of all, yes, there are limits to the liberty of art. One must not say that art may do anything. Of course not. Like many people imagine, that there is a theater play, and for example, you wouldn't stab the main character, and for that reason, you can set limits to the freedom of art. But of course, you must not underscore freedom. Freedom has to be very far-reaching. Limits have been attained whenever. I could give you very legal answers, if they infringe criminal law and if such values of constitutional rank would be violated. I think we must not make any rules for art. It can be political, and if so, it should be able to go into any political direction. So there should not be any interference from the state by restrictions. But on the other hand, the state should also enable a varied and diverse cultural life. And I would like to mention one small detail in the framework of this dissertation, Article 27. It talks about the freedom of art, or whether reception of art is covered by that as well. Is there a fundamental right to receiving art? So people may say that it's also that it is a right to enjoy art, and I think this is part and parcel of art, that there should be an exchange between art and the artist and the public. So I think the reception is also covered by the freedom of art. I just wanted to mention that. For us, it would be important that we have culture as a state goal in order to show that this democratic society, the democratic state, feels responsible responsible for the freedom of art and culture, of cultural life, and for this amendment of the Constitution, we need a two-thirds majority in both chambers of Parliament. And I thought a big opposition, this would be child's game, but a big opposition party is now counteracting this. Maybe you can have a good slam in order to influence them in the right direction. I wish you every success and joy with your art. I hope that you'll be able to caress both our hearts and minds. And well, thank you very much for your great art. That is especially important for both those who are young and those who stayed young. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Claudia. Thank you, Benjamin Polyak. I've just heard Augsburg could be good for poems, but Bochum knows the better slums where I'm from. So after this extensive start, we start moving. We are going to start the in-depth phase of different panels. As you have seen, we are somewhat behind the schedule, and this is why I would like to give you an updated schedule. We have got 2 rounds with 2 panels, one before and one after the lunch break. The first round will start at 1:15, and we offer 2 panels here. One on human rights and economics, which is taken on by my colleague Boris Mijatovic. Thanks to technical equipment, he can do that per Zoom. That is in room E800. That is a German language panel. There won't be any interpretation. At the same time, in the room 4900, the European hall, at the top left outside, where we'll have a panel facilitated by me on the question of human rights defenders. And this room is just upstairs, and there will be an interpretation, but with separate headsets. And after that, we'll come here together for a lunch break for 30 minutes, 2:15 to 2:45, and then we'll carry on with the second panels. At 2:45, there's going to be a panel on feminist foreign policy, which Mary Stembert from the Foreign Ministry will be facilitated by her in the Europe Hall. That's where we will have an interpretation. Please take the headsets, and the second panel will take place in the room E800 on women as marginalized groups in Germany, facilitated by Dr. Baha Ghani from the Parliamentarian Committee in Berlin. And in the afternoon, we're looking forward to a final point with Luisa Alsberg for a discussion with the Afghan and Sudan fighters for human rights. One point on, we have small but very nice exhibitions here in Paul Löbe House. Today you can see one on LGBT in the Nazi times, so maybe the lunch break is a good opportunity to look at that. There was a lot of information. Probably you didn't catch everything. I couldn't either. That's why I've got my cards. Anyway, you will find them here as handouts, and look it up, and look forward to the second part of the event.
Vielleicht kommen wir auch mal ein bisschen näher zusammen zu später Stunde hier vorne in der Mitte. Wollt ihr vielleicht darüber kommen, ja? Super. Dass es ein bisschen gemütlicher wird, genau. So. Genau, und da kommen auch schon die Gäste.
Okay, and the guests from the second panel are arriving.
Wir freuen uns auf euch. Nehmt doch gerne in der Mitte Platz. Leonie.
We are looking forward to see you here. Take your seats.
Hi. So. So, herzlich willkommen zurück hier.
Okay, welcome back to the plenary session of our conference, 75 years General Declaration of the Human Rights Universal in Indivisible. We've got lots of input, but I think it's important that we show today clearly that green human rights policy is an opportunity to speak with others. And I'm looking forward to more perspectives because our wonderful officer for human rights is going to talk to Moya Mossadegh. She is the Afghanian leader, and Bob Elvis is an artist of human rights in Congo. Bob is going to speak French, and the others are going to speak English. And for all of you who do not speak so much French as I do, we have simultaneous interpretation. So pick up a headset if you want to listen to the interpretation. So enjoy the talk. Dear Louise, dear Bob, dear Horia, please come to the stage. Das ist nix.
Okay.
Okay.
At the end of today's conference, I would like to welcome you both. It's really an honor to have you here and have two perspectives that are quite different, because Afghanistan, I think, a lot of visitors today are very familiar with, since we share a long history with Afghanistan and Afghan society. And we have Bob, who is from a context that I would say is in a way forgotten and doesn't get the attention in the German public that it needs to get. So both of you, a very warm welcome that you came here today and talk a little bit with me about your situation. So Horia, I would like to introduce you a little bit more. You are a human rights defender, journalist and political analyst from Afghanistan. And you have over 20 years of experience working with various organizations in human rights, humanitarian law, transitional justice, both in Afghanistan and abroad. Your work focuses on women's rights, gender and peace issues, and of course, the fight against violent extremism. And under immense personal risk, and sacrifice. You have been especially dedicated to the protection of human rights defenders in Afghanistan. So it's really an honor to have you here. Welcome, Huria.
Thank you.
And Bob, you are an artist, a rapper, who many know for songs like Lettre Aya Chichi. And your next album will come out next year. And you are not only an artist, but using your art as a human rights defender. Born in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, you quickly started to use your music not only as a tool to deal with your personal experiences, but also to express your criticism against the political leadership and fight for peace, democracy, and human rights in your home country. You are therefore subjected to immense professional and personal difficulties, but continue to speak out clearly and through your music. So I'm very happy that you made it here and be with us here today. Thank you very much. And I start with a question for Huria. The developments in Afghanistan are devastating. Since their return to power 2.5 years ago, it's crazy that it's been so long, the Taliban have continuously restricted the human rights and freedoms of everyone, but women and girls in particular, so that today they, and thus half the population, are almost completely excluded from the public sphere. And moreover, Afghanistan's new era is also characterized by a rapid economic decline, hunger, and risk of malnutrition. So we are talking about a serious human rights crisis in Afghanistan. In this extremely difficult situation, what are the biggest challenges for human rights defenders in Afghanistan?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you and also the organizers of this event to give me an opportunity to speak about the situation in Afghanistan. And at the same time, I would like to thank the generous support of the government of Germany for providing thousands of humanitarian visas for the Afghan human rights defenders at risk who have been able to evacuate, relocate, and settle in Germany since Taliban took over. So the question is that what are the greater challenges that human rights defenders are facing in Afghanistan? My question will be, what are not a challenge for a human rights defender to work in Afghanistan? Because Afghanistan haven't been an easy country anyway. We have suffered from almost nearly half a century of war, which started with the Russia invasion back in late 1970s, and it continued with a bloody civil war in 1990s, and then we had war on terror, for almost 20 years, which started with the military intervention from the NATO and US. And then since August 2021, again, we have the Taliban who were returned to power in Afghanistan. Unfortunately, I as an Afghan, I have lived almost all my childhood and my adult life in war, and I haven't seen anything but atrocities, human rights violations. And unfortunately, I think as a human rights defender, as a citizen of Afghanistan, we never get the chance to process one crisis before we are hit by another crisis. So I think if you look at the Afghanistan now in the past 2.5 years and how it has changed significantly, like between 2001 and 2021, Afghanistan made significant changes in terms of democracy, freedom of expression, human rights, women's rights, and and also girls' education. Like now, after August 2021, it just feels like we were hit back to 2001. Like we were pushed back another 20 years to the stage where we were. And this is just the beginning of the disaster. As you rightly mentioned, since Taliban have taken control in August 2021, they have banned education for girls. No girl is allowed to go to school after the year 6. Women are not allowed to work. Even last year, they stopped women from working even in the humanitarian agencies in Afghanistan. As a result, poverty among women have significantly increased. Child marriage has significantly increased. Violence against women has significantly increased. And then when you look at the broader human rights violations in Afghanistan, freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom of assembly, they all diminished from Afghanistan. Like freedom of expression was one of our greatest achievement post-Taliban from 2001 to 2021. We had extremely vibrant media, extremely vibrant civil society in Afghanistan, despite all the hardship, but we were thriving, we were making a difference. Unfortunately, now everything is slipped in the darkness, I would say.
Thank you. Even though these are very dark times you describe, and I think
vielen Dank. Sie haben so
support human rights. I can't stop myself to say that we can do better in supporting Afghanistan, and that there is a responsibility also being connected to the country for so many years. But now over to you, Bob. This month, in DRC will simultaneously be held the presidential elections, where President Felix Tshisekedi is standing for re-election, as well as the elections for the National Assembly and the provincial parliaments and local councils. In the past, there has repeatedly been unrest after elections. At the same time, the military operation against rebels in the east of the country continues. To some observers, peace seems further away than ever. So crisis diplomacy is in full swing, but the situation seems to on the brink to a regional war. So in this complex and very tense situation, which role do you see for human rights defenders in DRC? And how do you yourself contribute with your music and beyond it to the debate, to the political situation? It's a long question, I'm sorry.
Bonsoir à tout le monde déjà.
First of all, good evening to everybody. The question is very long, so please forgive me if my answer is long as well. So first of all, I would like to start by asking you for respect. While we are sitting here, can you please remember that there are many innocent people who are dying in the DRC, in Israel, in Palestine. There is such a lot of bloodshed of innocent people, and this really hurts. It hurts. And this day of anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is one thing, but on the other hand, we are not able to solve the true problem. It's the problem of weapons. The problems persist because there are weapons. For that reason, I would like to ask everybody to rise from their chairs, and I would like to ask for a minute of silence for those who have died as innocent victims. Thank you.
Merci. Voilà, pour revenir sur la RDC.
Thank you. And now back to your question and the Democratic Republic of Congo. As far as I'm personally concerned, I would like to talk about my background because my background led me to be dedicated. I was born in the eastern part of the DRC and in the capital of Kinshasa. I was a refugee of a war, and it was the Red Cross that took me there. At that time, I was still a kid. This was back in 2000, and it was the Rwanda War. There were two peoples, two foreign armies. Waged war in my country. It was a very dirty war. There were heavy weapons and there was fierce destruction. I was saved thanks to the Red Cross. Many children became child soldiers, many died. And if I'm here, then this is really thanks to my fate. And at that time, I told myself whether I will resort to weapons or rather use a pen and a microphone. What is better? This is why my struggle is so important for everybody who doesn't know the Democratic Republic of Congo. It is a big country in the center of Africa. It's a rich country. And if you still do not know what this country really means, everybody has an iPhone. It's an iPhone that we all use. And for it to work, the cobalt and that is a part of a cell phone that's always from the DRC, and those that explore iron ores, the ores out of the earth. It's always been done by children. So when you hold a cell phone in your hand, remember that a kid was working underground for $1 a day. If you are born into this context, you will either radicalize or you tell yourself you have to change the things. I wanted to change the things. It's the struggle of an entire generation. We had to do with people who waged war, and it's all got to do with colonialism. These are post-colonial leaders. They had to sustain colonialism, and they are reproducing the same structures. I'm really happy to be here. Berlin has a very special history, also in relation to Africa. Africa was divided. Here, I'm very happy. We are talking about Africa, and you are talking to an African. Everything that is done for us, but without us, is done against us. This is what Nelson Mandela said. And beyond this quote, you should remember that there should be people, Africans sitting on the Security Council, because those affected are not allowed to be part of their game. This was a side remark. The current president in my country has reached his position by betrayal because there is always a legitimacy problem when there are elections in my country, and the heads of state do not work for the country, but they win the elections by fraud. And thus, if you become a president because you don't have the backing of your people, well, you know that they didn't elect you anyways. And the next elections will be similar because it's always been this way. And I keep telling people they have to go to the ballots. And as I said, there is a generation of people who has nothing to lose. They have no ambition, they have no perspective for the future of the country because they know that they have done everything already that they are supposed to do. They just want to fill their own pockets. They buy homes and apartments in Europe and leave their country at their own devices. And nothing will change because you will know that in the eastern part of the DRC, there are more than 200 armed groups and factions. If one faction has been eradicated, you know, then you talk to the rebels and the government is pushed to the army and then new factions arise. So it will not simply come to an end. You need true leadership, people with a true vision, and you already have to start by the fact that you need to pay people for their work. It's a real problem, and it's a real catch-22 situation. The country always hopes with every election that change will arise, but they are disappointed all the time. In such a rich country like the DRC, there are 70 million people. They live on less than $2 a day due to the poor government. This is my input.
Thank you very much. It's also very good to get to know more about the situation, especially from your perspective. And I think I will stay with you for a little second myself. Because you referred on the crucial role also Germany plays, but Europe plays, and also the responsibilities we have when it comes to our past. And I wanted to ask you the question, what you expect from German society or European society. You said we should Google things. That is true. But besides that, what is what you are expecting from the people here in the country, in Europe, and also from the governments supporting human rights defenders in DRC?
D'accord. Ce qu'on attend de l'Allemagne, déjà, c'est
Well, thank you. Thank you. What do we expect from Germany? Well, one important step has been done already. You are listening to the young generations. That is very important. And apart from that, I'm convinced that today, and I would like to make you laugh. Well, the president has made a promise. The DRC is supposed to become the Germany of Africa. I don't know when this is going to come true, but you asked me what Germany's role should be. And this clearly demonstrates Germany's reputation in my continent. And I also said it on the social media. I'm going to talk. I'm going to go to Berlin, the Berlin of Africa, and well, there are decisions to be taken, and we didn't colonialize the country, but in the Security Council alone. What I hope to get from Germany, the African youth, and especially the youth in Congo, if they don't understand it, they need to look at Congo and they need to take a look at the young generations. This is what I would like to tell you, and these are the expectations.
Thank you. So back to you, Horia. I mean, many in the room will be impressed, saddened by the situation in Afghanistan, but also impressed with the women and girls in Afghanistan who still are protesting against the Taliban despite all risks. Still, many governments deny the universality of human rights. We talked about that earlier. And I would like to ask the question, since so many states say that human rights, but also a feminist foreign policy, feminism in general, is a Western concept. I'm asking you, what do you answer when you hear things like that? And maybe also a personal note, what made you decide to become a human rights defender?
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me start from the last point that you made. As Bob already mentioned, I think we as human beings, when we suffer, when we see the suffering of other human being, it gives us, three options. One option is to take a gun and become as violent as the other groups are, and to take revenge and to take the law into their hands. The other option is to just stand by and watch and don't take any action. And the third is also to fight for it through civilized means, through activism. And this is what I choose to be, because for me, every human life matters. And even today, we are talking about 75 years of Human Rights Declaration, the universality of Human Rights Declaration. Unfortunately, I have seen that how the human rights has become politicized in the hand of the many powerful countries, how international law is being applied selectively, how one suffering is ignored and one suffering is, became even bolder and bolder. We are living in a very cruel time, and I think as a human rights defender, I think we should fight for injustice at so many levels, at the international level, at the United Nations level, to our country and to a very lower level. So when it becomes the issue of human rights or feminist being a Western agenda, we hear that on and on, even in our own countries. We hear that from very conservative elements of our society, as well as the Taliban, who are accusing us for being westernized, and your family wreckers, you're against the social and religious values. But as an Afghan, as someone who also experienced a short period of peace in Afghanistan back in 1970s, my argument is always that, first of all, human rights is universal. Women's right is universal. We cannot pick and choose. There is no justification of violence in any culture. There is no justification of violence in any religion. And there is also no justification of discrimination under any context. And I think we are living in 21st century. And in this 21st century, I think we as human beings, we came a long way. We passed 2 world wars that were devastated, and we came with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We came with so many conventions. We came with so many treaties. We came with so many resolutions. But all of them are to make sure that human rights and women's rights and child rights and people's rights in general are protected, whether in war or in peace. And it doesn't say that this convention only applies to the Western country, it doesn't apply on Eastern countries. It doesn't say this word only applies to Islamic countries and that word applies to non-Islamic countries. So I think for that reason, it is really important that we should not give up. We should not really buy this argument that this is a Western phenomenon, because at the end of the day, what really makes us human being is not our color, but this is who we are and what is the purpose of us living in this world. Of course, geography, borders, and our skin colors, or maybe language that we speak, or maybe religion, are dividing us into different categories. But at the end of the day, you know, I am also a Muslim, and I believe that we are all the children of Adam and Eve. We are all, you know, coming from that, you know, like we all have passed through so many things, and this is why a human being in 21st century must believe in universality of human rights, on universality of, you know, human dignity, and on universality of respect to fundamental freedoms of every human being, whether they are men, women, children, of any race, any color, any language, and any religion.
Thank you. I got the hint that the time is over, but it would be very unpolite to just let them answer my questions and not asking if you would like to share something that is not reflected. I mean, there will be a lot of things, but that is not reflected in my questions. So if you would like to add in a short statement some last thoughts to the audience, I would be delighted to listen to you. And after that, I will stop, okay? Cool.
Ok.
So yeah, maybe Bob, you can start. And
Ok.
oh, yeah.
Moi, j'aimerais juste nous rappeler que on a tous une
I would
responsabilité.
just like to remind of one thing. We all have a responsibility vis-à-vis humankind. We have a common fate. We will either continue to live together or vanish together. We must not lead the wrong fight, because the struggle is not only man. And the Third World War will be about water. We have to ask the right questions. The world will lack water shortly. Water is like diamonds. Are we prepared for this? And it is no use, you know, politicians keep talking about nuclear weapons, but what is awaiting us is far more dangerous, and it can jeopardize the future of humankind. And we need to live with this in mind and hope to see you again soon under good conditions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I want to mention a couple of points. I think, first of all, it is really important for the government of Germany, especially that you are having such a strong feminist foreign policy, to stand with the women of Afghanistan and support and be the first government to speak out against gender apartheid in Afghanistan that is happening. What happens in Afghanistan is not happening anywhere around the world. When we, because of our gender, are being deprived of our very basic and fundamental life and rights. So this is really, really important that gender apartheid is recognized as a crime under the international law, and Taliban government must be announced as a gender apartheid regime. Other than that, I think there are many countries who are already lining up to meet with the Taliban, to normalize the Taliban, to whitewash the Taliban, including the United Nations. So it is really important that we should not compromise on our standards. It is really important that we should not compromise on human rights values and standards because we want to please a terrorist group that is called the Taliban. And second, me and my organization, we have been working with so many platforms to protect human rights defenders in Afghanistan, including Medica Mundial and Freedom House, Frontline Defenders, and we are part of the Afghanistan Human Rights Coordination Mechanism. It is really important for the government of Germany to, first of all, make sure that you allocate a specific funding for the protection of human rights defenders and use these great organizations like Medica Mundial or Afghanistan Human Rights Coordination Mechanism or Freedom House to support human rights defenders at risk. and also give us a quota for those humanitarian visas, because I know that Germany has allocated 40,000 visas, but honestly, I don't know who have been evacuated, because we have so many women protesters who are in Pakistan. They are at risk of deportation to Afghanistan. We have so many journalists who are at risk of deportation to Afghanistan, or they are in hiding inside Afghanistan. We need to protect them and rescue them. So, and also last but not least, I know Germany is also generously supporting humanitarian efforts in Afghanistan, since many women in Afghanistan are deprived of working and having a living. So it is really important that you put a specific percentage of your aid that need to go to the woman-headed household, to the widows, and to women specifically. So that way, at least we can mitigate the impact of the Taliban's gender apartheid regime on women and girls in Afghanistan. But thank you very much.
Thank you. So it was very inspiring listening to you, not only because of the demands you rightfully have, also when it comes to German policies, but seeing your reflections on the situation, because this is what it's all about. We don't share or have all the same view on things, but debates about this will always help to understand each other a little bit better, and also to re-question their own views from a different perspective. That is, for me, very helpful, since, of course, I'm having a very European point of view, or way of thinking and seeing things. This helps me a lot, and I hope you all share the same feeling, that this must be the case always when it comes to human rights and human rights defenders, to talk to each other, get to know the situation in your context, where you're coming from, also what challenges you have ahead of us, and how we can support. And I really like that both of you specifically pointed out what German government can also do, because this we will transfer and send it back to the government. That is for sure, that we will listen and, of course, take into account what you said. So thank you very much for being so outspoken and present here on stage, since this always comes with, let's say, a risk for you and your work. So thank you very much that you are here today. Thank you.
Vielen herzlichen Dank für diese sehr wichtigen Worte, liebe.
Thank you very much for these very important words, Horia, Bob, Luisa. Our European Human Rights Conference is approaching its end, and before closing, we look forward to the second input, and this from Benjamin Poliak. You have the floor. Perfect. Thank you very much. And it is not going to take long. I have got a 5-minute text here. When thinking about human rights, I always think about very elementary rights, life, physical integrity, and like freedom of association, freedom of expression, but also social rights, cultural rights, and the right to the free unfolding of one's personality. And I've written a text about a person that is very close to me. It's a text about myself, because with a migration background, you often wonder, who am I? Who am I allowed to be? And the title is Identity. And the interpreters begin. This is a poem that the author is reading out, and we are not able to spontaneously translate it in a congenial manner. So we ask you for your understanding that we will pause the translation until the poem has finished. Thank you.
Jahren wurde ich in Deutschland eingebürgert. Ob ich dafür irgendeinen Test bestehen musste, weiß ich nicht. Als Zweijähriger konnte ich aber wahrscheinlich noch nicht genau artikulieren, was freiheitliche demokratische Grundordnung für mich persönlich bedeutet oder wie man Sauerkraut-Saftschorle buchstabiert. Ich bin unfassbar froh, mir mein riesiges Privileg bewusst in Deutschland leben zu dürfen, aber ich identifiziere mich nicht durch einen Staat. Patriotismus auf lokaler Ebene kann ich noch verstehen, wird mir oft aber auch zu viel. Ich wohnte fast mein Leben lang in Essen, mitten im Ruhrgebiet, aber ich bin nicht auf Kohle geboren, sondern in einem Krankenhaus. Ich hatte mal Angst, nicht legitimiert genug zu sein, eine Davidsteinkette tragen zu dürfen, nicht jüdisch genug zu sein, denn weder ist meine Mutter Jüdin, noch bin ich konvertiert. Andererseits ist es nicht so, dass bloß die Arbeitskollegin meines Großonkels einen Hundefriseur hat, dessen Stiefbruder mal eine Doku über das Judentum gesehen hat und das mein einziger Bezug wäre. Nein, ich bin väterlicherseits jüdisch aufgewachsen, fühle mich jüdischer Kultur verbunden und möchte das zum Ausdruck bringen. Ich fühle mich wohl jeden Tag trotzdem. Ich liebe das Schreiben, das Sprechen zu Menschen. Als Kind schon habe ich Geschichten geschrieben, Gedichte, mir Witze ausgedacht. Auf Bühnen habe ich gelernt, selbstbewusster zu werden. Spontaner, kreativer, das prägt mich bis heute, auch jetzt in diesem Moment. Aber gleichzeitig bin ich Jurist, promoviere und möchte in einigen Jahren vielleicht Richter sein. Wie soll das zusammenpassen? Wie soll ich im Extremfall einen Menschen am Morgen zu einer Freiheitsstrafe verurteilen und am Nachmittag in Berlin Witze darüber erzählen, dass meine Mutter mich noch immer Häschen nennt? Ich habe Angst davor, nicht alles, was mich glücklich macht, zusammenzukriegen, mich irgendwann entscheiden zu müssen, falsche Entscheidungen zu treffen. Ist doch ganz einfach, sagte mir ein Schulfreund nachts in angetrunkenem Zustand, als ich 15 Jahre alt war. Wenn du einen schwulen Porno schaust und das geil findest, dann stehst du auf Männer. Danke für die Aufklärung. Ganz so einfach empfand ich das alles, aber ehrlich gesagt nicht. Ich habe mich meine ganze Jugend lang gefragt, auf was ich wirklich stehe. Ich bin in einer Welt aufgewachsen, in der es eine "Würdest du für 100 € Frage war, als Junge einen anderen Jungen zu küssen, in der es Prank-Videos gab, in denen junge Männer ihren Vätern beichteten, schwul zu sein, um ihnen einen Schrecken einzujagen, und das gelang. Wäre ja sonst auch wie ein sehr schwieriges Mandala. Kaum auszumalen. Kaum auszumalen, was los wäre, wenn unser geliebter Sohnemann auf andere Sohnemänner stehen würde. Mich haben sowohl Mädchen als auch Jungen interessiert. Ich hatte mit 10 einen kleinen Crush auf Bart Simpson. Er ist gelb und hat keine Haare, keine Ahnung, was da los war. Aber von jungen Menschen wird ständig erwartet, sich in jeder Hinsicht klar benennen zu können, sich positionieren zu müssen. Wer wir sind, ist eine Information, die andere Menschen um uns herum ganz genau einordnen können müssen, aber ich will mich nicht immer labeln. Übergänge können fließend sein, was mir heute Identität stiftet, kann mir morgen schon egal sein, was mir heute noch egal ist, kann mir morgen schon die Welt bedeuten. Früher dachte ich immer, dass alles, was mit mir passiert und wie ich mich entwickle, schon seine Richtigkeit hat. Doch mittlerweile habe ich verstanden, es bringt nichts, auf das Schicksal zu warten. Schicksal ist eine menschenverachtende Konstruktion. Ich hatte das Privileg, Abitur zu machen und studieren zu können. Und trotzdem ging es mir in der Jugend oft schlecht. Meine Eltern sprachen nicht gut Deutsch. Ich habe so oft übersetzen, bei Behördengängen helfen und Briefe schreiben müssen. Zusätzlich dazu war ich noch extrem übergewichtig, hatte Klumpfüße, musste mehrfach operiert werden. Natürlich muss man auch fleißig sein. Aber nur durch Fleiß wird die Internetverbindung auch nicht besser. Die Wohnung auch nicht größer. Es ist nicht wahr, dass jeder Mensch alles erreichen kann. Jeder Mensch kann aus seiner Lebenssituation das meiste rausholen. Doch wie sieht diese Lebenssituation aus? Um das Schicksal in die eigene Hand nehmen zu können, muss die Hand auch frei sein. Dafür braucht es ja erst bezahlbaren Wohnraum, faire Löhne, die Überwindung struktureller Benachteiligung verschiedener Personengruppen, tatsächliche Chancengleichheit für alle Menschen, unabhängig von Herkunft und Geschlecht. Für manche das Glas nicht halb voll oder halb leer. Manche haben schlicht kein sauberes Glas mehr. Vom Tellerwäscher zum Millionär kannst du nur dann werden, wenn du zum Vorstellungsgespräch überhaupt eingeladen wirst. Das hängt in Deutschland auch davon ab, wie viele Sonderzeichen dein Vorname hat oder wie vermeintlich kompliziert er ausgesprochen wird. Deutsche Adelige haben 19 Vornamen und scheitern dann beim Versuch, Emre fehlerfrei auszusprechen. Mein ehemaliger Schulleiter hatte in meiner Gegenwart zu meinen Eltern mal gesagt, sie sind Gäste in diesem Land. Ich habe meine Mutter später in unserer Wohnung weinen sehen. Meine Eltern kamen vor 30 Jahren mit ein paar Koffern aus Russland nach Deutschland, um meinem Bruder und mir ein gutes und vor allem freies Leben ermöglichen zu können. Mehr hatten sie nicht, nur die Koffer. Die waren nicht mit Geld gefüllt, sondern mit Gold. Nein, im Ernst. Im Gepäck hatten sie bloß ihre Musikinstrumente. Mit Straßenmusik bauten sie sich eine Existenz auf, unterrichteten, spielten in Orchestern, Musicals. Ich habe mal innerhalb eines Sommers an 30 Tagen in Folge das Musical Marie Antoinette in Bremen gesehen. Als ich mit meinem Vater mal darüber sprach, warum meine Mutter und er nach Deutschland gekommen waren, sagte er etwas, das ich nie wieder vergessen werde. Это наш долг передать вам любовь к свободе. Zu Deutsch, es ist unsere Pflicht, euch die Liebe zur Freiheit weiterzugeben. Das haben meine Eltern geschafft, denke ich. Dankeschön.
Vielen Dank für diese Worte, die uns, glaube ich, hier auch
Very
nochmal
much for the words. I think they were moving. This conference is drawing to a close, and I would like to thank everybody who has been contributing to this conference. In particular, my colleague Boris Mijatovic, who unfortunately has to stay at home because he has COVID-19. I would like to thank our expert Judith Kaiser, Judith Bruckhoff, and Brill from internal organization, Leonie Fieker from PR, and all members from the offices who contributed to this conference. Thank you very much. You are the ones who enable something like this. Thank you very much. I think you will have mixed feelings, and there is a lot of input that you have to digest. But one thing has become obvious from this conference. It is only because you're part of the government, you don't become less conscious of human rights, but on the contrary, especially if you are a member of this government as in a key national economy in Europe, human rights get a particular importance. And this again means that you must be open to criticism and that you are not perfect in your own actions, and it's an obligation to make something of it. And I am glad that members of civil society make us aware of the fact that we are deporting G-sides from Germany. And on the other hand, there are people who face up to this criticism, who are willing to turn this into politics and who do everything in their power to improve things, that they become a bit better every day. And I'm extremely grateful to my political party. And on the other hand, there are people who continuously seek cooperation with us, and we will continue to be a party for human rights. Thank you. I think I now have to find official words of farewell. So, tschüss, goodbye, and get home safely.